Right, Clive? You've all done then?
I am. I've placed your various orders, and a carpenter by the name of Bernard is on his way from Martha's Rest.
That's brilliant! Thanks, Clive.
Is there anything else you need?
Nope. Blackthorn and Lady Karen have already sent over everything I asked for, and I've got all my plans drawn up. So as soon as Bernard gets here, we can get to work. I can't wait.
That's my good deed for the day done. Let's see how Jill's faring.
Jill just unlocked 2 side quests.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest, Sid?
That's fine, Trixie. I doubt they even noticed or care. Hi, Wilkie, and hi, Dakota. Hello, Blade Devil.
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again.
Do you have a moment, Sid? A team of cursebreakers has gone missing near Northreach.
Which team?
Coles. They were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be smuggled to market. They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked by goblins. A cursebreaker managed to release a Stolas amid the confusion, but... this was days ago. They should be back by now, but I've heard nothing from any of them. I can't help but worry that...
They know the work is dangerous. But I'm sure they're fine.
But what if I've got them all killed? Before they go out, I always remind them why we're doing this, what they escaped, and what we're freeing people from. But I never really thought how my words might affect them. What risks they might take because of the things I've said.
Look.
I'll go and find them. We'll both rest easier knowing they're safe.
Thank you, Sid. And I'm sorry to trouble you with this. The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the Dragon's Eyrie. I can't tell you much more than that, I'm afraid.
That should be enough to go on. If they were there, Torgal will track them down.
And yes, Crimsler, we're playing as Sid.
Yeah.
Hey, Spartan.
What's everyone whispering about?
Haven't you heard? It's back.
Ah, Clive.
Talia. How's Jill?
Recovering, but she still needs her rest.
Of course. Take good care of her, won't you?
I'll do my best. Oh, Gav was looking for you. He said he had something to show you in the shelves.
The shelves. Oh, that's right. He went to ask Harpocrates about Torgal. He must have found something. You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodrigue.
Talia has tasked me with removing a cursebreaker's brand. But it's my first time, and I don't think I can do it. I'm afraid of what happens if I fail. You survived, I know, but there as many die as recover. Is it really worth the risk?
You don't need me to answer that. You know full well what we're fighting for. I hope as much as you that one day bearers can walk among others as equals. But until that day, a brand is a burden, and we must lift that burden in order to go undetected. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential, and we undergo it willingly.
I know. I still wish there was some other way. But griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose. Don't worry. I'll do what must be done.
I know you will.
Unfortunately, the first thing that needs doing is the preparation of a draft to dull the pain. Something I can't do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few leaves we have would barely be enough for removing a splinter, let alone a brand.
Just tell me what you need.
You'll go? Oh, thank you. No one knows Herblord like Taya, and she swears by ammonia for easing pain. It's simple enough to find, if you know where to look. And fortunately for you, I do. Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the bright blue blossoms.
Hey, Steppenwolf. Hit refresh, Grundler.
The river was easy enough to find. Now for those herbs.
Good morning, Roxy. Nice, Rex. What kind of meat did you use, if any? Here's that dead.
This is the only plant around here with blue flowers. I hope it's the right one. Should be enough to keep the infirmary stocked for a while. Hopefully this will put Rodriguez's mind at ease.
You mean past tense? We've already reviewed FF14, Spartan. However, the class system itself only got like 2. Classes themselves, that's a little bit different.
I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding the ammonia.
Only the usual.
Oh, yes. This is it. And more than I was expecting. I dare say the patient won't feel a thing. That is, unless I...
You'll do fine. Taya trusts you. Which means I trust you. The hideaway would be lost without skilled physicers like yourself.
Thank you for the kind words. Truly. But... I'm sorry. I'm still terrified. The brand is more than just ink on flesh. It's a death sentence. Milk of the wyvern tail lurking just below the surface of the skin. One ill-conceived incision, a single slip, and the poison fouls the patient's blood. Failure means death, and even success means tremendous pain. days of agony as the wound heals. I became a physiker to help people, not to kill them. I don't want to kill anyone.
Cursebreakers lead hard lives. And the operation is only the beginning. They toil in the shadows, risking life and limb, knowing their efforts will win them neither glory nor acclaim. And yet we have no shortage of volunteers. The day I decided that I would take Sid's name was the same day Talia took my brand.
I remember. It wasn't long after we came here. What little medicine Talia managed to salvage from the wreckage of the old place had been used up treating the wounded. She begged that your operation be delayed until a new supply of antalgics was found. Procedure was even more dangerous back then. Only a few souls had undertaken it. Doris, Cole, a handful of other cursebreakers, and those who are no longer with us. Those who lost their lives in the process. It wasn't something to be done lightly.
No. But it was something I had to do, if I was to take Sid's name. He always led from the front, and never asked anyone to take a risk for his cause that he was unwilling to take himself, even if he knew that it might cost him his life.
Hold still, Clive! Hold still!
I knew there'd be pain. That I might not survive. And I was afraid. But I also knew that if I didn't overcome that fear, that pain, then I would never be able to call myself Sid.
I didn't know.
We all want our brands removed. But it's a decision each of us must make for ourselves, on our own terms. Rodriguez, I know your work isn't easy, but neither is going under the knife. Be a shoulder for your patients to lean on. Stay strong for them.
You sound like Talia. Do you know what she once told me? It's natural for a patient to feel like they're suffering in solitude. And it's a physiker's duty to see that they don't. Thank you for helping me remember that. I won't falter. Not again.
Slavers don't even bother with North reaching out all the
Yeah, the venom thing is messed up. It's actually a special layer of messed up, because if you think about it for a second, the overwhelming majority of slaves would never have the availability or possibility of finding a medic who could carve the scar off in general, right? Like, it's a tattoo. We have difficulty getting rid of tattoos now, with modern medical technology. Imagine someone who has no money, no resources, and is a runaway. The addition of the wyvern poison is almost entirely unnecessary.
Cole, I'm glad you're in one piece.
Just about. Sid, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing here?
Doris sent me to find you. She hasn't heard anything since the attack. She's been worried about you.
I sent a runner to the Dame in Northreach. The hideaway should have learned of our survival yesterday.
Well, I'm here now. And it looks like you freed the bearers.
Only some. The rest locked themselves in the slaver's carriage rather than fleeing when they had the chance. I want to help them, Cid. But we're barely in any state to protect those few we did save.
You made the right decision. Now where's the carriage?
The goblins may still be out there.
You have duties to attend to here. See to the injured. I'll handle the rest.
All right. Just follow the path to the south. You'll come across the carriage soon enough. And please, hurry. If the beastmen get to those bearers, the poor souls will be eaten alive.
I won't let that happen.
Thank you. And Cid, it's good to see you.
Don't thank me just yet. They're trying to get into the carriage.
So far, I actually really don't like Titan. It is not working for me at all. Like, I'm fighting one of the slowest jackasses in the entire game, and I just cannot block him at all. One. We've managed it once. Pretty much, Feck BB. Hugo's a non-character. Barnabas is a non-character. Annabella is a non-character. The Emperor is a non-character. I'm massively disappointed by almost every villain in this game, and it's to the point where it's actually starting to detract from the narrative for me. Now, those are all still in question marks, but for the moment, I'm not into it. You may or may not have noticed that I have actually given a positive to Benedicta, because she was actually an interesting villain. Ultima, I'm holding off my thoughts on, but yeah.
Who are you? A friend. Are there any more survivors? Why didn't you flee with the others? If the goblins had made it through that door, you wouldn't have stood a chance.
Why should we run? One miserable death's no worse than another.
Perhaps. But we're here to give you another choice. Freedom, safety, the life you've been denied. Come with us. Let us protect you.
Sid, I couldn't just let you... You weren't too late then. Thank the gods.
This man risked his life to save yours. To give you a second chance.
Fine. Do with us what you will.
What we'll do with you is take you to safety. After that, it's up to you. Your lives are your own now.
You can leave the rest to us, Sid. We'll get everyone back to the hideaway.
Thank you. I'll let Doris know we're expecting new arrivals.
Sid, welcome back. A Stolas from the Dame arrived not long after you left. If I'd just waited a little longer, I might have been able to deal with things myself. Or maybe I wouldn't. I keep making the wrong decisions.
Cole and the others got home safely. You made exactly the right decision.
No, I was lucky. I've been tracking that slaver for months, and then I sent Cole and you after them woefully unprepared. What kind of leader sends people into danger without considering all the risks? I should have urged greater caution, told Cole to be wary, to pull back at the first sign of trouble.
We swore the same oath as you, Doris.
It's good to see you safe and well, Cole. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, we cursebreakers don't risk our lives because you commanded of us. We risk them because we believe in our cause. No one with doubts ever joins our ranks. The agony of removing the brand more than sees to that.
We all know how much bravery that takes.
Cole, I never doubted your courage. Only my ability to see it put to good use. Thank you for your faith in me. I'm not sure I deserve it. I sometimes wonder if I might prefer to risk death alongside the others than ask it of them. But I'm a cursebreaker. I swore an oath too. I have a role to play, and I must trust that I'm the right one to play it.
You will. In time.
I don't disagree, Wandering Doll. And if you've been paying attention, I've actually given several Hugo scenes positives. But I still stand by my statement that Hugo is misutilized by the narrative. I mean, I gave a little speech yesterday about that. That's why I still think he deserves a character negative. Honestly, Hugo would probably make a far more interesting and engaging villain than anyone else we've seen so far if he actually had the screen time to be properly utilized. In fact, he feels like a nice escalation from Benedicta.
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal. Where did you get him, like, in the first place?
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Tomes?
It certainly adds weight to the theory. Clive, I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir the Frostwolf.
Now, the annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva, a girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other?
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Please don't remind me of that.
Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a frostwolf, it had only to be unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal!
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health. Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth. Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bernard's here. I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shall be a moment.
Isn't it brilliant?
It is.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. You and everyone else. But I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot, starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them. Now that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
Thanks for letting me do this, Clive. I'll pay you back, I promise.
Is that the voice actress for Sarah from Inquisition? Can someone check that really quick, please?
We have everything we need to begin work in earnest. And work in earnest we shall!
I wish Miss Midador would let us help her with her dungeoneering. I wonder what she's going to dungeoneer next.
Let's go and ask her.
It's funny because I can't remember her name, but she's a rather talented actress. She affects a really severe accent when she's voicing Sarah. That's not what she sounds like at all normally. Okay, it's not her.
How goes the hunt for Kupka?
Largely in circles. We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places, but nothing definitive as yet. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, Keep at it. If anyone can piece this puzzle together, it's you. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
Yeah, by the way, for those of you familiar with FF14, the voice actress for Sarah is also the voice actress for Y'shtola.
What? Here?
Would that be a problem?
Do you know, Clive? I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear of you.
You have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
Clive, have you got a minute?
And yes, the current Y'shtola.
Have a guest.
A guest?
For your trouble.
It was a pleasure, in hindsight.
Uncle Byron? Clive, my boy! Tap a cask and stoke the ovens for your favorite uncle is here!
Hey, offshore Twitch account. Meanwhile, Twinside, the new Sandbreak capital.
The Dalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmecs empty their treasuries for us.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
The Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
What do you think's wrong with the kid? Other than his mother, obviously.
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmecs will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments. The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can, and once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
I don't even know where to begin with how stupid that is. I do not even know where to start.
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would of course prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmecs to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
And what of your subjects, Your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on. Dion?
Yes, sire.
Oh, I know, Dakota. I'm well aware. Hey, Nightwing. I did get it. Thank you very much for the sub earlier. And I got it down for, let's see, it was for the BRPG block, RPGs in general, and 4Xs in general. Thank you.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
Now, I'm actually not going to do it yet. But if something doesn't happen, this will be a story negative.
If that is your wish, your radiance, I shall depart at once.
Yeah, I noticed the eye thing. The pupil thing.
May Greeka forgive you.
Yeah, like right there. Several of the counselors had it too.
What do the astrologers augur?
The stars are in agreement, Your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
So Annabella's tales were true.
Ah! Okay, I think I'm not going to end up giving that story negative.
What on earth is Uncle Byron doing here?
Fiction has this tendency to presume loyalty. I've talked about this a few times. This is a random example, but there's an episode of Star Trek Voyager, Past Tense. It's a two-parter where they go back to the 90s. There's the evil guy in that episode, and then there's the evil henchman, who barely has any lines of dialogue. The evil henchman is loyal. End sentence. He is loyal beyond all reason and logic. In fact, he is so loyal he ends up dying out of loyalty just to be part of a trap in order to allow the evil guy to do his thing. Why is he so loyal? Never explained, never developed, never given any reason or even a glance of it, because writers tend to have this thing. Oh no, I caught it, Blitchwell. Writers tend to do this thing where they just sort of assume that people are just loyal without any regards or reason. There's even a trope for it. My Country, Right or Wrong, I believe is what that one's called. And if I'm being honest, that tends to irritate me. Yeah, exactly. Why was Denathrius loyal to Zaval is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Never explained. Actually, pretty much all of the jailer's minions fall into this exact same trope. They're all loyal to him, way beyond reason or logic. And why? Never explained. Exactly, Mad Overlord. So I think they're going to go with something a little bit more nuanced here, and I'm down for that. Because, honestly, this is admittedly a bit of a personal preference thing, but I just get really sick of that particular trope. It's related to why, and Star Trek is really bad about this, if someone says that's an order, that's treated like a command word, right? We've talked about that before. Where people are just like, you have to do this, that's an order. And all of their hesitation goes away, and it's like, Very well. Like hesitation, the wrong word. They'll do it. I disagree with doing this, but I will do this. I will follow your extremely evil orders. Because you have commanded me loyalty. You know, it's... Yeah, they turn into droids, exactly. It's just like, guys. Anyways. Sorry for the derailment. And the derangement. I am pretty deranged.
Ah, my dear nephew. How I've missed you.
How did you find this place, Uncle?
Through the good offices of young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly.
We don't have a lot of food, but we've got these fruits.
There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
2,000?
I don't know the exact conversion rate, but that's millions of gil.
I'm afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dhalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Come here and I'll show you.
I mean, yeah, dude's probably loaded.
It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly, her Royal Navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Ein Herjar, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde? To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance? No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waluda friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
One of the nice effects I like about those sequences, there's a faint graphical effect as if there's bits of ash and dust wherever the blight is. It reminds me in a way of the ash storms from Morrowind, similar concept. And given the scale we're zoomed out, you just see it at a great distance. Just a nice little visual effect.
So it was the Waluders who spirited the wretch away. Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canberward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned. And where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
I did read your comment, and I'm fine with essentially switching it into 2 games instead of 1. It doesn't actually even change anything, really.
With a little help from Sid, of course.
Otto, Kupka's at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head. I won't risk any more than I have to. I promise.
The Lanza and the Fang are all Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalimil. Some call her the Desert Hare.
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's, and only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalimil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge.
You can count on us.
Yeah, with Meadfist. Why wouldn't we destroy the crystal while we're there? Also, and I don't mean to metagame, but we haven't fought Titan yet. We fought Hugo. We haven't fought Titan yet. So, if we're in the middle of fighting Titan anywheres...
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
I'm so sorry, Spartan. Are you going to be okay, Spartan? Do you need a moment to recover? It's okay, we've all been there. You're with friends now. No, I'm liking Byron so far. He's actually a specific trope, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's a subvariant of the reasonable authority figure. Bruce Wayne usually fulfills this trope, for example. Or not Bruce Wayne, sorry. Thomas Wayne usually fulfills this trope.
I was a young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
A trading post it is.
Yeah, I was just about to say, poor Torgal. All right, Frostwolf, let's go to the desert. I give up. It's too far. I give up. I give up. Where's Byron? We'll just put it here. Put some question marks by that.
Our destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well, Clive. It's all too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands.
Oh god, red chocobos. Yeah, I've noticed we haven't had an outfit change since...
When you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
They're actually using one of the fallen airship pieces as a shelter.
Who do you think those soldiers were in the inn? Friends of friends, I'd wager. Not that they looked very friendly.
I love it.
So, Lord Cook has finally made his move.
Yes. I expect that's why there's so many soldiers in town, to deal with any Imperial reprisals.
I mean, the texturing sure indicates that it's stone, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's something else. Actually, I was just looking around thinking that this is not one of the... This is not a bad-looking desert. And as with literally everywhere in this setting, ruins are absolutely everywhere. Continuing the constant visual storytelling point of the fact that this entire continent is completely doomed.
There she is, the good old Dalimil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
I really do wonder if these people have built anything new in the last century, other than just huts or shacks. Black chocobos.
Those are ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stone here. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them?
Even his weapon is perfect. He's just got a frickin' axe.
Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
I'm not sure what type of axe. I'm not that skilled with axes. That's a chonker, though. Yeah, that's that's the kind of axe you probably want both hands for.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
It's audio engineering there. Really?
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Dion has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
I
Yes,
was actually thinking the same thing, Dakota.
you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
We're not going to see him. We're not going to see him. I'm predicting it right now. Ships passing in the night. And of course, we don't know Yota? I can't remember her name. So there's nothing for us to recognize there.
Keep watch,
Yote.
they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin, I'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Jesus, Byron.
Let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you!
Time to kill some fools.
Uncle?
Sorry.
It's okay. He can afford to repair the damage to the bar that we're about to do. Because, I mean... One second. It's going towards Shantae Advance. Red Dead Redemption. And Spidey. Thank you, as always, for being part of the show, Sean. Let's go beat up some fools. Conveniently, she doesn't see us. Just the soldiers.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
Yeah, no kidding, Triaxia. Like I said, thankfully Byron could probably repair this.
Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah,
I'm sure you could.
People slowly leave. Have you noticed? In the background, they're just slowly leaving. He doesn't want to waste the food. He doesn't want to waste the food. Okay, now we can fight.
Don't have a moment to lose. Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
It would be a waste. It would be such a waste. Anyways, come here.
Try it.
Oh, they get some health, don't they? I was wondering if I could do that. How do I go into photo mode? How do I go into photo mode? Just, you know. Enjoying a snack back there. He knows we've got this. There's no danger here.
Bravo, my boy! Just like that! Waken wins!
Go on, swing. Take your time.
It's over.
For your trouble.
I knew it! I knew it!
Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Okay, hang on. Oh, that's great. That's oh wow. Okay, so hang on. Yeah, that would have been nice, Meatfist. It's actually pretty rare, I've noticed, that any game will actually acknowledge, you know, something like that makes the PC unique. FF14 does that a few times. I think my favorite part of all of it is as soon as Byron was like, there was this moment where the camera switched over to the guards, and there's just this expression on his face like, what are you doing? What? Yeah, that would have been a good time for, like, the fight music in the opera in FF6, right? Lighthearted and silly. Whap!
Now's our chance.
Ultima's like, reunion.
I'm fine.
Reunion. Or even something like the FF9 friendly battle music. Sorry about the mess. Really. He understands what that means.
Clive?
But we're gonna miss him. Ah!
What is it now?
Someone who doesn't eat their carrots. I can't believe I remember that.
It's nothing. Let's go.
Also, what kind of monster doesn't like carrots? My god. Anyways, I saw the sub in the middle of that. Thank you, Kennex Cow, very much. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Yeah, who could actually enjoy black licorice? I hear that's a thing.
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
Good job, Byron.
The royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the Fang. We should press on before any more of their friends turn up.
Jack Block, Jedi, Fallen Order, and Yakuza Block 1. You got it. Thank you again, Kennex Cow.
Made from the stoutest stone. Ah, they've closed the road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalimil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Cid. Cid's other collaborators have all been people of means, the wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Dalimil is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
Are you looking for something in particular? My thanks.
You know what, actually...
Good day, my lord.
I'm not getting a lot of usage out of that stone, or the strength tonic, since I apparently can't use it when I want to. So I'm going to go ahead and purchase the elixirs.
My thanks.
So, for those of you who didn't see it, the problem is apparently you can't use tonics as an instant, as opposed to potions. You can use potions at any time. They are a complete free action. You can use potions when you're on the ground, like in a knockdown state. But a tonic apparently can only be used if you are currently not in the middle of any other animation or attack. So you would need to be ready to go with the tonic before you actually start your attack. Which I could do, of course. But I'm not smart enough or capable enough to do that, so we're just going to switch over to heals. I think we'll hold off on more ability points for the moment. Most of our stuff is already as mastered as it's going to be. And we're at a point where I'm almost certain we're going to have to start mixing and matching icons in order to go forwards, like we've already started doing. I suppose I could get rid of this. I've been looking, Rex, but so far I haven't seen anything. Well, that's not true. As of this moment in time, I haven't seen anything, but I have seen the things a few more times prior to now. Let's see. So we'll try this. And we'll try that. No, it needs to be reversed. There we go. Right trigger and select? That is a very weird button combo. Thank you, as always, Tumanesh. And I'll put that towards the Alan Wake block, which may be just one game. Warhammer, Rogue Trader, and Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Hey, Dream Whisperer.
Crystal delivery's over.
Anything I can help you with, travelers? Allow me.
All right.
My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalimil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalimil, would you?
No. I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
So Blade Taval asked me a question yesterday, which I never actually answered, because I wanted to answer on camera. What's your favorite cutscene in the game so far? Now, there's 3 that are duking it out for me personally, but I'm curious of your guys' answer.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalimil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Oh, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience. Believe you me.
Actually, pick it up. Did not. I mean, I'm just gonna go with the crowd on this because pretty much everyone has repeated.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a toy.
All three of my favorites. The scene where Clive confronts himself, the scene where Byron is introduced, and the end scene we just had. But it was going to be the previous two last night.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Dalimil. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask further. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families. Try the baths. That's where you'll usually find him.
Thank you kindly.
Hello, Czar. Hope today's treating you well.
Well, it sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Furter knows.
It did sound like Dr. Reed, but I'm not sure. I've noticed he does a lot of NPC roles in games, so maybe.
Craftsmanship.
Excuse me. Are you Furter?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dalimil? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the Desert Hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
Do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think he trusts us.
Got it. Let's go kill some people.
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around.
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
You guys don't even have shirts on. You realize that, right? Right? Like, you realize this is your life now. A lot, Dakota. But as far as specifics, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Yes, bested. Definitely not slain. They're all fine.
Who are you working for? Him or her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Furter?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the Men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina, She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord.
Do we get medical attention for having been beaten in the face with giant, rocky fists conjured from magic? Or how about when he stabbed me through the chest while I was lying on the ground? Do I get medical attention for that, my lord? How about when he caught us all up in a flame tornado and lunged throughout the area with us?
The most fragrant herbs and...
My carpets!
Is this the place?
Lubor's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
Ah, so it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Dalimil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
See that he gets it.
Go to hell.
Lubor, Lord Furder told me to bring them to you.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second?
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity?
Consumer trust.
Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
Dude, we already mopped the floor with you. Go away.
What do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Second time I've asked that.
Tell me you're gonna listen to this swaggering scruff?
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalimil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
Actually...
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play. Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle.
Hello off the deeper end.
I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalimil. Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
Yeah, Sabretooth tends to be just a little bit bloodthirsty. It's okay, Octave.
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalimil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang, for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
You wouldn't believe how much he gave me. Well, I hope. What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use.
Narrator.
He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
Uncle Byron has not learned anything of use.
Why is the tavern shut?
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
In my defense, they started that.
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
Thank you. I'll go and fetch him.
Let me treat you. I'm pretty flush these days.
Are you now?
Hey, Brigman.
Huh?
Will this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
What are you doing, Uncle?
Being rich.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. and I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld. But enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere, and pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then, just as you arranged, and put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show, one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
I trust I can count on your support, if things turn sour.
If?
Of course.
If?
What was all that crashing and banging about?
Faster!
How did you get here? We're in the desert. Now go back home. The green area is like miles north of here.
I'll take it from here.
God, Inquisition mounts. Oh. So, do you think we should kill him quickly or very quickly?
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem.
My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What am I doing? I guess I could do murder. Yes.
It's not over yet, Uncle! I'm just getting warmed up!
Come here. Come here. Good boys. FF13 is a very linear game until you get approximately one step before the end of the game. I'm not even joking. It's like you get to this open-ended area where you can do hunts and stuff. Immediately after that is like town, and then city, and then final dungeon.
Nice try.
Most people who say that FF13 is linear as a negative thing, what they actually mean is just the nature of how FF13 is constructed is not good. In terms of dungeon design, for example. FF10, for example, is more or less just as linear as FF13, but its area design is substantially improved. And there's actually little side cracks in areas you can go through for, you know, treasure or for NPCs or final side little bosses or whatever. I don't think I've ever needed a walkthrough for 13 unless I was doing the optional hunt stuff.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly. Buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalimil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is. Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon. It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
Of all the... Ugh!
Here, wear this.
Deal. I'm telling you, we need a sash with all these seals we keep getting.
Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubo.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalimil is back in bed with Sid.
Umia Lostelan. Tuisakelis.
Embrace eternity.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive? So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold. Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
Oh, I have no idea, Yura. So I've been going over the freedom points of the FFs in my head while these cutscenes have been playing. And in almost every case, the freedom point is pretty much right before you go to the final dungeon. For example, we'll start with FF4. In FF4, you get the airship relatively early, but you don't actually hit the freedom point until you have access to the whale. And as soon as you get access to the whale, you go to the moon, come back from the moon, Tower of Babel, or rather Giant of Babel, and then final boss, right? There is optional stuff you can do, but you are 2 steps away from the end of the game. In FF5, the true freedom point doesn't happen until the third world, at which point you gain access to the final airship and can go straight to the final dungeon. In FF6, you get the airship very early in the World of Ruin. However, the moment you get the airship, you can go to the final dungeon. Sensing a trend here? 7, you get the Highwind very late into the final disc, or second to last disc, excuse me. And there's only a few steps to go for before you go ahead and hit up the crater. In FF8, you get the Ragnarok relatively early. It's the same thing, right? In FF9, you get it when they finally put together 2 things, and you're going after the tree, and there's a bunch of optional stuff you can do, etc., etc. There's a bunch of those. Most of them, like, and of course, FF10, you have it pretty much right before the final dungeon. In 10.2 is a weird one. 10.2 is probably the first one that truly breaks the mold, because in 10.2 the freedom point is, like, right at the beginning. Because of the nature of how 10.2 is structured. 10.2 is mission-based, so you can do whatever the hell you want to at just about any point in time and just bounce all over the place. Oh, that's right. Northern Crater's locked when you first get the high one, doesn't it? Hang on. So you get the Ragnarok before you go to the Lunatic Pandora. But it's Lunatic Pandora and then straight into the finale, so that still tracks. In 9, you get it right before you're going to go after the Aoife tree. Lots of optional stuff to do, but still right before the final dungeon. In 7, you get the high wind right as you're escaping from Junon, right? Yeah, well, Cloud is in Mediel. So you're right, I think I'm wrong. I think 7 is actually the other exception. In 7, you get it pretty early, and in 10.2, you get it pretty early, relatively speaking. And then in 12, you kind of never... Like, there really isn't a freedom point in 12. The closest thing to a freedom point is when you get to the last town. Arrgh.
I've never even forged a butter knife before.
And we don't talk about 13.
Perhaps Forge Master Luber's having fun at my expense.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neither would I. Oh, wait. Are you Clive? Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. I'm Sava, Master Luber's least accomplished apprentice. Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. Maybe I'm just not the resourceful type. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am, unable.
No, I'm wrong again.
A bit of kitchenware.
Sorry, I'm wrong again. In 9, you get the Hildegard right before you go after the 4 dungeons. It's right when the pacing of FF9 and the story of FF9 start to dip before you go to Terra. Right? As if I'm remembering correctly here. So you're right, we actually get it relatively earlier in 9 as well. So that's 7, 9, and 10.2. Oh, before Ibsen's Cast, that's even further earlier than I thought. Org.
He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalimil. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that or pack my bags.
I could give you a hand if you like. I know how busy the Briar's Kiss has been, and that Lubor needs all the capable hands he can find.
I'd be a fool to refuse.
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest, I've never made any kind of knife before. And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dalimil. Nothing is ever simple with that man.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Lubor's puzzle. We need information. The more the better.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark, I suppose. Now, who to speak to first? Well, there's plenty of folk in Dalimil who use knives for a living. There's the butcher, of course, and any number of cooks. They're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their trade. All right. I think we have a plan. Let's get to it, shall we? I'll talk to every cook I can find. You speak to the butcher, and anyone else you can think of.
All right. Good luck.
Tactics does actually have a freedom point. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's pretty close to the end because it's the moment at which you have the ability to navigate almost the entire map. Like all the nodes are there, so you can roam around and do whatever.
Trust Lubor to take a simple test and turn it into a riddle. I'd better get to it.
In Chrono Trigger, it's immediately after the Blackbird. Chrono Trigger's freedom point is one of the more obvious ones. Also effectively right before you can go to the final dungeon. In fact, not even effectively. You can go straight to the end of the game as soon as you get that.
Take a sniff, sir. Needed to a silken...
Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
A question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
You a blacksmith or something?
Something, I suppose.
Fair enough. Knives, is it? First and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time. Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
So a knife that stays sharp. Makes sense.
The freedom point is always the last one, but actually quite a few games have multiple freedom points. FF3, for example, or FF5 while we're on the subject. The way I do my dental hygiene, I actually know a decent amount about dental hygiene.
Plates and pots!
So obviously I floss regularly, which I would also go ahead and say if anybody out there has any curiosity about taking care of their teeth, and if there's one thing that is the single highest priority to do, it's flossing. Flossing will do more good, more good per pound of effort than anything else you can do with regards to your teeth. I floss, I swish. Another piece of advice I tend to give is when you're brushing, do not brush hard. Don't go, don't do that. All you're doing is wearing down your gums. You need to make sure nice, gentle brush. All you're doing is a little bit of a rinse for the rest of it to actually go through. The piece of advice I was given was that if you find your elbow moving at all while you're brushing your teeth, you're probably brushing too hard.
Everything I've worked for, all those years of toil, every coin I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
You all right?
The baths are closed. Leave me be. On second thought, perhaps you are just what I need. Might your services be for hire?
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business, the baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dalimil wouldn't be enough to cool it. I've no doubt that my woes stem from the water's source. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I've abandoned the place. I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you. Go to Dusnoff Terraces. Tell me what you find there.
All right. I'll go and take a look.
Wonderful. It's not far. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulfur will guide you the rest of the way. These baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
Oh, and to clarify, when I say swishing, I mean with mouthwash. One thing I tend to make a habit of doing is I swish right before I go to bed.
They've opened the gate.
Lubor was true to his word.
It has to do with something, I forget the specifics, but it's something about how the pH of your mouth changes overnight. And so swishing right before you go to bed has the highest chance of preventing any kind of issues as you're sleeping.
Well, we can make our way back to the Fang now, at least.
What is it? I'm in no mood for chatter.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter, why?
I have a question. Can you tell me what makes a good carving knife? I assume you use one out in the field.
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade, not while I'm on the hunt. If your knife snaps every time you use it, you'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard enough as it is.
Thank you. I won't keep you any longer.
All business, eh? Man after my own heart.
So, a carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge. Hardly a revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
I'm not sure how to answer you, Arkian. I use these things. The best piece of advice I could give you, and I've given this to many people, including my very own niece, is get these little flossing picks, right? There's a bunch of different styles. Just figure out which one you like and works for you. This is my personal favorite. Because doing this with the rope sucks. It's irritating. It takes too long. It gets more difficult as your hands get wetter because you've got saliva on them from doing it. It's awful. These are a godsend.
We should get going soon.
Do you have water?
I've got a crystal. So long as we stay out of the Deadlands.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubor?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Talmeki and Walud are allies, and as you've seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. My man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest.
And the ether highest.
I've lost one Cid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
Byron wouldn't be able to join us there if there's an ether flood, though.
Drake's Fang should be just beyond these springs. Shall we press on?
And yeah, that's another thing. I hate to keep talking about how these picks are amazing, but regularly flossing up here, like in the front, is really easy to do with the rope, right? With the string. But getting back here, where the molars are, that's a pain in the ass. Much easier to do that. It's already in, see? And boom, done. Then to be like, okay, hang on. I lost it. Hang on. You want me to go all the way around? Oh my god. Right there.
Come on, girl. The gate's open now. We can press on.
And yeah, Ross is correct. Establishing a habit is kind of important when it comes to flossing. If you're lucky enough to be the kind of person who can establish a habit, I highly recommend doing so. Again, flossing is the highest priority when it comes to dental hygiene. Period. So, just... You may or may not have noticed I do this while streaming. I also just kind of do this as kind of almost a nervous tick. Not quite nervous tick, but you know what I mean, right? This is the closest I come to fidgeting. And I do that on purpose because it's how I built the habit in me. I floss constantly. Speaking of which, don't overfloss. Just like with the brushing, you don't want to be like gramming it in there and bleeding your gums. The goal is to get in and out, like that. Do those flosser things? Well, these are disposable. There are, however, ones that are not disposable that you wash. So, again, it depends on your preference. What's my favorite build in Dark Souls 3? Bringing a bunch of friends who can kill the bosses for me. Oh yeah, if you haven't flossed for a while, when you first start flossing, you're gonna bleed a bit. That's pretty much guaranteed. Don't worry about that too much. Just don't floss too hard. That's the important part. That one hurt. Probably shouldn't work. Yep, we've got some bath bombs here. Get it? Yeah, I was going to comment on that, Dakota. The lighting is weird. I think it's not handling whatever this white stuff is right now. By the way, in case you can't tell, they're literally called bath bombs. Whoops. Wrong button. Ah, wrong button again.
Not good.
Get up, my boy!
What about rinsing? Well, I can always tell when you're not listening to me, Czar, because I made a big emphasis of the fact that I also swish regularly. I even mentioned swishing right before I go to bed. So, rather than repeat myself, I will say yes and move on. Titan's not my favorite. I like the block, but that's kind of it.
Come on, boy!
What I might end up doing is setting him up to have other abilities.
Here you are!
And then just have him for the block, you know? That bomb's name is Old Faithful.
That's better.
So the block, let's talk about our options here, because the dodge, if I can get it off here, gives us this buff. Temporary limit break while we do it. So that's the benefit of dodging. The benefit of the block. I couldn't tell what he was doing. Come on.
I needed that.
It gives us these 3 counterattacks. I like how I got the Berserker ring right before I got the block.
Not good.
Near as I can tell, do not seem to both be working. The block doesn't give me the Berserker.
Well done, Torgal.
I do like having options. Jesus Christ, this guy's taking me way too much time. Alright, not screwing around. I have no idea, little bit. Just about anything ranged is probably better dodged, whereas just about anything melee is probably better up blocked. Because you can counter a ranged ability with a block, but your attacks are melee attacks, so...
Let's cool things down a bit. Let's hope it's enough to keep them.
There he is. The man who saved my... I was hoping we'd be seeing you again. The baths grow more bearable by the moment. It won't be long now before we are back to business as usual.
I'm glad to hear it.
Now, tell me this. What did you find at the terraces? What threatened to make me a pauper?
Not what I expected, that's for certain.
You tell a fine story. That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? That's something new to worry about. But I burdened you with my worries enough already. Here, a small something by way of thanks. Right. It's high time I got back to work. With a little luck, the day might yet be salvaged.
I was gonna say, how has he never heard of bombs? Yeah, but I don't have room for a Dream Whisperer. So let's do this.
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Needed to a silken soft. Take a sniff, good sir.
My carpets have pride of place.
So, how'd it go? You learn anything useful, or should I be looking for a new trade?
Only that a blade should be durable and stay sharp. But I don't see how that relates to the spirit of Dalimil.
I didn't have much luck either. All the cook said was that he needs his knives to be light. Too heavy and they do his shoulder in.
So we're no better off than when we started. Perhaps Lubor didn't mean anything with his Dalimil remark. But that can't be right. I've bandied enough words with the man to know that he chooses them carefully. No. We must be missing something. Something right in front of our noses, most likely.
No doubt you're right, but I have to make a start soon. I can't put off making this knife forever.
Agreed. Lubor wouldn't like that much.
Right. I've been trained to work iron. The cheap stuff, mind. But it's hardy enough if you don't hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of effort. Trouble is, it's either durable or it's light. Meaning someone is gonna be disappointed. Forge Master Lubor, probably.
Is there no one else you can turn to? Someone who knows their metals, perhaps?
The other apprentices know better than to help me with my test. But maybe there is someone I could turn to. A merchant, a favorite of Forge Master Lubor's, who sells metals to tradesmen passing through the Valcroy. I bet she'd know a thing or two.
Actually, no. Yeah, that feels right. We'll play with that for a bit. Kind of, yeah. Right. The idea here is I have the dash, which has this and this on one guy. Then over here, I've got the block, while also having that and this. So in other words, I'm not sure what you're on about. I might get rid of Garuda soon. I can put Gouge on anything else, and I don't use this at all anymore. We'll see once we get whatever's next. Leviathan.
So, Lord Cook has finally made his move.
Yes.
Any luck? Or will you be needing help with your bags?
Well, I asked her, but... you tell him.
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing so much as a lick of the whetstone. But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond my skill to handle.
Unique to ash. Are there any materials unique to Dalimil? Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it. Make it lighter.
What are you getting at?
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron. Then that's what he'll expect you to use. But he would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalimil remark wasn't a riddle, but a hint.
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always limestone, I suppose. Folk first settled Dalimil to get at her mineral deposits. And, if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality iron.
Bloody hell! That must be it! I don't suppose you know the trick, do you?
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around enough blacksmiths to know how it works.
Looks like I've got some learning to do. Clive, I hate to ask after all that you've done for me, but...
The limestone? Fine. I can hardly abandon you now. Besides, I want to know if this is the answer to Lubor's little riddle.
I can't thank you enough, Clive. You'll have no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces. The place is bloody made of it.
Then I suppose I'll meet you back at the forge.
Right you are. I'll see you shortly. So, do you crush it up, or...
Actually, hang on, I had one more thought. Can I afford to lose anything? Let's get rid of taunt. I'm never using that. I need that. Let's get rid of that. I'm never using that. Let's get rid of that. Obviously, I need that. Need that. Need that. Need ignition. Need limit break cranked. And I need Will of the Wisp still. Damn, I just need more points. Well, what could I do here? Possibly Blatival. So now we're doubling up on Gouge. Don't really have anything else worth putting here, honestly. We're actually tripling up on Gouge, sorry. Put Ignition there. Ignition has a lower cooldown. So now we're doubling up on Ignition and on Gouge. But that's okay. I'm pretty sure the freedom point of this game is immediately before we go to the final dungeon. Now, you might be like, how would you know that, Lore? Have you been looking ahead? To which the answer is no. However, near as I can tell, the DLCs don't open up until you're at the point where you're going to the final dungeon. So that's probably the freedom point.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
The finest fabric.
The most fragrant herbs and
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
Here, have a taste.
Plates and pots!
Sweet incense!
We should get going soon.
Well, yeah, it is a valid question, Bladefell. It's like asking what is the freedom point in FF14. There kind of isn't one. Or WoW. Like, as soon as you get your flying mount, you're there, you know?
One rock looks a lot like another. But hopefully this is what Southern needs.
Yeah, honestly, with the way the portal network is set up now, WoW's freedom point is pretty much the moment you hit your first capital city, which is at like level 8.
I wasn't sure how much you'd need, but I hope this is enough.
You are one of the good ones, you know that. You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one. Now, time to see if limestone is the secret weapon we were hoping for.
Make sure you get your chocobo first, Spartan. If you've already done that, you should be good to go, I think. No, there's a quest in Heavensward, isn't there?
A knife forged from the very rocks of Dalimil. Her spirit, if you will.
It's a fine-looking blade.
I only hope Master Lubor agrees.
That sounds like my cue. And just as well. I was getting tired of waiting.
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look then, shall we? First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife worthy of the fine people of Dalimil?
I'd like to think so. But what do you think?
What do I think indeed? It's sharp-ish, but it won't last long with hard use. And it's heavy, heavier than it should be. You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the terraces. The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
And I was so certain I had it all worked out.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick, but it certainly shows initiative. Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I'd made this?
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say you could demand a heavy purse.
And who would be able to pay that? The butcher? The hunter? The cooks over at the inn? Dalimil is home to humble traders, not wealthy lords and ladies. Rule number 1 in any business, Sava. Know your customers.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about passable. But only just. I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil of your own.
I will. Thank you. I was wondering, what would you do if you were asked to forge a carving knife?
I'd do what I always do. Ask who it's for. If it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds an edge. For the hunter, I'd make it as tough as Titan. For the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman, I'd make it cost an absolute fortune.
There goes a master, all right.
It looks like congratulations are in order.
I couldn't have done it without you. So much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh? The spirit of Dalimil had nothing to do with limestone or anything much at all. Meaning, I had you run around for no good reason.
You've passed your test. That's all that matters. You'll have a forge of your own in no time.
And when I do, I'll craft you the finest carving knife you have ever seen.
Yep, the quests are gaining sentience, everyone. Time to run.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
My carpets have...
Take a sniff, good sir.
Kneaded to a silken softness, like eating a cloud with a crust.
Plates and pots!
Hanging lanterns! Keep...
We should get going soon.
This portion brought to you by Screw Your Eyes. Screw your eyes, because you shouldn't be able to see the game anyways. I'm being a little facetious. This is nowhere near as bad as, say, Breath of the Wild, which honestly might be the worst bloom I've ever seen in a game. Like, Hoth is way up there, and Tears of the Kingdom, and Arceus. All of those games just did not know what to do with the blind. Or perhaps they knew exactly what they were doing and they just wanted you to not be able to see.
There it is. Drake's Fang.
Time to destroy another crystal.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert, you'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize. After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back.
You called it. He'd back us if we decided to rebel.
Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew. Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band. Till then, my boy.
Till then, go safely, Uncle.
And you, nephew. We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet.
Yeah, no kidding.
You can regale me too, Torgal.
Here's a couple million gil. I meant to ask, someone do me a favor, how much is 20 kilos of gold worth right now? I think you said 25, but we can round it down.
Coming for you.
Oh my god, what is going on with that? Okay, I need to do something. So, no, I don't run HDR. I don't actually remember why I don't run HDR. There's a specific reason, and I don't actually, I don't remember what it is. But I tried to mess with HDR because I do have an HDR-capable monitor. And something about it really screwed with my streaming, and so I just stopped doing it. 88K per kilo, huh? Okay. So what's 88 times 20 times 2,000? Ah, it could have been that, Rex. Because, yeah, HDR doesn't look quite right when you don't have the monitor for it. I need to grab a hard save here. And then quit the game forever. Now, hang on. I think the setting's wrong. $3 billion. $3.5 billion. It's probably not that much, but yikes. That was rounding down, too. Okay, hang on. Let me find the folder here so I can screw with the INI file. There it is. So the cutscenes are looking wrong, and I changed something this morning to try and further optimize the settings on the advice of a video, which is screwing up the cutscenes, so I'm turning that right back off. Frame generation, to be very specific. Hopefully that will look better. To be clear, though, it's not just about the fact that it hurts my eyes, although that is certainly relevant. But no, in several portions of Breath of the Wild and, of course, Tor, I literally can't see what's happening. The blind is so blinding that I'm physically incapable of interacting with the game. At that point, that's just, you know, I don't know what else to add to that. Well, I don't know if you could see it. Literally, I don't know if you could see it. But during the cutscene, they were doing this vibrating thing whenever they moved. Like the keyframing was off. Nice hands. Ah, that's got to be so frustrating.
Fuck! 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 Why do they still hurt? What has that gutter rat done to me?
He chopped off your hands.
Out of my sight, witch! I'll kill you, Rosfield! I'll rip out your heart! I'll tear you limb from limb!
Peace, Hugo. The table shan't hurt you any longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
You truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
Titan would have ground him into dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
Fuck!
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope.
Just make a contract with
There
me.
may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
And become a magical girl.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
Hi, Colton.
The heart.
What of it?
A Mother Crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo?
Are we gonna have to fight like Super Titan?
Your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon. Like Benedicta Harmon. She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did? Benedicta. Benedict.
She didn't even love you. She didn't even like you.
My love. I'll avenge you.
If he gets called Overdweller Titan, I'm gonna laugh.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the light.
I mean, it's not like Hugo's hard to manipulate. Of course he doesn't know what love is.
Euthos is here.
He got cucked twice, don't
Very
forget.
well, it shall be so.
At the same time.
You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
I'm not sure. Those were liches, but the wraiths have been shown alongside the fallen, but not part of the fallen. So I'm not sure what those are. We fought them twice now. Once at Phoenix Gate and once at the Oriflame. lunch.
Orcs. Did the royalists bring them from Ash?
That's not Into the Darkness, a song. You lied to me, game.
Are the beastmen part of the Waluda army now? How the hell did that happen?
And yeah, I agree with Rax. He's a good example of a dragon, probably for Barnabas. Still not 100% sure what Barnabas' game is in all of this. He's had even less presence than the other villains have.
They've spotted us. With me, Torgal.
Yeah, I don't have a read on Barnabas at all yet. The Emperor's an idiot who's being manipulated by another idiot, who even his own council is already starting to turn against. And his own son is probably going to be pushed into rebellion against. Probably with the support of the council.
They've taken over the entire mine.
Ultima is, you know, the alien. Trying to claim her body for whatever purposes it has. Who else have we got? I think that might be it. Hugo's just a moron. Although, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but so far Hugo's probably the most interesting villain in this game. That's with the fact that he has so little screen time. To me. It's very subjective, obviously.
So much for the men of the Rock. Dhalmekia's finest.
I mean, nothing, Triaxia. I mean, I'm sorry, but a popular prince who has the support of the nobility could overthrow an emperor without being Bahamut. That's just cherries at that point. I mean, in terms of pure gameplay, this is more of a beat-em-up than anything else. Not a complaint. Yeah, Benedicta is the only antagonist who's gotten her own character positive so far. Listen, you don't understand, Mad Overlord. She said she loved me, and that we were going to rule, and it was going to be cool, and everything's going to be fun, and then finally my dad would actually be proud of me. Oh, he didn't say that word. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with Silvestri. Like, is he really just that stupid? That happens. Some people are just dumb. Like, we saw that with Imran, right? But he was a zealot. I mean, honestly, expecting a zealot to have a brain is just its own problem. So that made sense to me. That would be funny if Hugo literally can't read. Like, I would legitimately be amused if Hugo can't read. Without any of the Force Trihexia? Probably any of the tactics games, so tactics are 12. Yes, Hugo was likely to lead, to read. Revenge option number 3. Yep, he decided to try punching us. Which is fine when you have magical armor, but he forgot that we drained all his magical armor. So that didn't work out for him quite the same way he was thinking it would.
Won't be going any further this way.
Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, Annabella is right on the edge of get off the screen for me, and I know several of my viewers have already pushed her past that line.
Stairs. This must be the way out.
Yeah, Annabella does qualify as a stupid Sith, I would say. Replace Force with breeding, or I guess dark side with breeding, and you kind of get the same vibe.
I won't be sneaking past this one. How did it get in here?
Cute. To not enjoy Dark Souls would be the better way to put that here. As I'm fond of saying, it's hard for me to pay attention when I'm trying very, very hard not to pay attention. Alright, ain't proper magic. Just some shiny bits. You know what's funny is I think Tifa started that trend. Like Zell in 8, he's pretty limber. But like, think about Sabin or Yang. Both of them are big burly guys who look like they've been training their bodies for years. I don't know if we can deal with a bear like him, though. Nine had Amaranth. He was kind of a mix, though. Interesting.
By the flames.
Come on, Torgal.
I mean, you'd know better than me, Zavacon.
Kupka never did do things by halves. As if taking the Mother Crystal for his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
Yeah, can we please have a dominant fight? Yeah, Snow's a monster, actually. Like, I know he doesn't super look like it, but no, really, look at Snow sometime. The dude is a giant.
Let the trial begin.
Thank you, Gabe, for chill. So what do you got for me? More of those things, whatever the hell they are.
What the hell?
Spirits within. No! And Square Spectrum. No FF14 to save you this time.
Nice try.
I need you to sweep the leg, okay? That's a good question, Malcolm Blake. We know it was a fairly large contributor. We've seen the financials.
Guess we're all ready.
it's even got the chest cannon. No, I heard you, Belcar. I don't know. I do think the music gets a little repetitive at sometimes, but overall I'm mostly with it. I did have the weirdest dream last night, though.
So this is the power of Mythos.
Imagine the Kingdom of Zeal song from Chrono Trigger done with the sound font of the song you were just listening to. I wish I had some way to convey that from my brain to you, because I can do that. I can just replace instruments in my head.
Did the orcs do this too?
It was fascinating, and it sounded really good.
More of them.
Do we need to fight them? Yep, that's a red room. Okay, I can work with that. Come here, come here, come here. A little more this way. Around the corner, around the corner. There you go. Good boy! Who's a good boy?
Stay down!
What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him?
I mean, Ignition's nice for bosses, but really, I keep it on my bar for trash. I'll be right back. I'm frankly shocked that they've never done a Chrono Trigger anything in 14. We've had Nier. We've had Monster Hunter. We've had FF16. Rights issues with whom? Oh my god. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is another one, but Kingdom Hearts makes sense. Kingdom Hearts is kept prisoner, let's call it what it is, by Disney. We're notoriously hesitant to allow Kingdom Hearts properties in anything. Listen to Sakurai talk about how much work they had to go through to get Sora for Smash sometime. No, seriously. Oh yeah, they've also done Dragon Quest. Forgot about that one. Good boy.
First orcs, now these nightmares. Is this your doing, Ultima?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch this final episode yet. I'm looking forward to it. Could you leave me alone while I'm killing your trash, please? Let it! Oh my god, quit it!
That's better. Nice try.
Spared no expense, just. This guy's dick must have been tiny. Which, I mean, considering he was with Benedicta, it probably was.
You've been busy, Kupka. But where did you go?
No, seriously, it's right there. Kill the damn thing. It's right there.
The heart.
Come on, at least have a line of like, well, since I'm here.
He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Torgal.
Just... okay, whatever. That would be funny, Roxy, excuse me. I am Goldor. Who are you? Don't ask questions.
Just what I needed. Nice try.
Listen, we've got to do this dungeon at least one more time. We've got quotas to meet.
It's over.
That better be the last of them.
Like, I'm sorry, if I was the D&D player here, I'd be like, well, it is right there. So...
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much. Kuka!
What?
I swear to you, my love. We will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
Fun fact, is this an illusion or a hallucination?
Benedicta! I'll kill you, Roswell!
Oh shit, he's priming.
Yeah, maybe you should have done something before now. Migraines. No, Melkor. I don't think he understands what the word means. I think he really is so pathetic that he doesn't actually have anything else.
Find him. You've done this before. You can do it again. Let the flames burn within you. No. Let them burn without. Come to me, Ifrit!
Absolutely, Yura. The number of donations for this started escalating drastically when the PC version came out. So, Titan minus his hands. Ah, never mind. Also yellow eyes. Controls here. I saw the crane. Nice touch, actually. Because otherwise, this doesn't look like the scale it is other than the animations. Crane he just knocked over, actually. Kind of what I wanted of a Transformers game, actually. Fighting Devastator or something. Or any of the combiners. You know? Sounds like a phase 2 to me. Ooh, there.
Nice trick. But if you can do it, then so could I!
You've learned Brimstone.
Let's give this a try. Not bad.
Doubly funny, because near as I can tell, they're actually singing in English. These three? Three, four? I don't know what we're up to at this point. Yeah, phase cinematic. Well, that was easy. Alright, that's definitely the end of the fight. Totally, no really. That's probably the dumbest thing he could possibly do. But almost assuredly qualifies as a one-winged angel moment.
What the hell has he done?
Well, Hugo, you did it for me, I guess. What? What? Okay. Sorry. I bet that song works really well with this too. I mean, every song from that game is whatever. Oh, I see the problem. Stone tentacles. Sure, sure. That might as well be a thing. Is anybody watching this? Like, we're not exactly small right now, so we're probably visible from miles around. As I say, Lubor is probably capable of seeing this fight happening. Yeah, reasonable safe distance, none.
I've got you now.
Okay. That exists. God damn it, game. Let me dodge when I hit the dodge button. Really doesn't want to dodge. Yeah, I could see that blade. I just noticed his name is Titan Lost. Soken definitely strikes me as one of those cheeky developers that just kind of does whatever he feels like. He gets away with it because he's talented enough to have that kind of sway. That's not a complaint, by the way. it's probably as close as we're getting to Alexander in this game. I mean, you notice each spectacle fight they try to up the ante a little bit. I can't imagine it'll get more spectacular than this. Yeah, we're quite literally fighting a mountain here. Pound cold. Ultimate. Oh, bullcrap, that hit me. We owe this to the Chais, everyone. Make sure to give them proper credit for that. Phase 6? I don't know what we're up to at this point. 7? It's not my fault. With this guy's hands. Just gotta be broken, yo. Surely this is the last one.
You're mine.
Oh. Yep, there goes his hand. It was his right hand, too. What? Honestly, I doubt there's any Hugo in there anymore at this point. Really? So now we're doing this Lord of the Rings thing again. Seven now. How deep is this mountain? Jesus. I've beaten one mountain today. Do I have to beat another one? Dang it. The transition screwed me over. I couldn't start the charge mode. Did you see that? No. This is a terrible idea. bested, I think you mean. Above the surface again. Well, while we're here, dude, I have migraines too. They're not that bad.
Is that you, Ultima? What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
Yeah, sure thing, Irenicus.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
If there's one thing I like about Ultima, and it is the only thing, it's his voice acting and motion capture. The 100% total detachment. Yeah, very alien, exactly.
Thank you, Joshua.
Meanwhile,
one can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea.
yeah, the presentation is top-notch.
I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Titan was strong.
Your Majesty.
Oh, hey, Barnabas.
But Mythos is stronger. For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge.
clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
That the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Also, not to point this out, but Barnabas, this is our third cutscene with Barnabas, and only the second one where he has any dialogue.
Some medicine, my lord?
Aw. Nobody wants her medicine.
I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
You touch her, I'll kill you.
You must consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope.
Aw. So he's dead.
Forgive me, Terence.
Oh my god, they were roommates!
Were my master. But alas,
I will always be your loyal servant.
Yeah, Terence is dead. Banned in Arabia. What game was I playing recently that had exactly that?
should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
Actually, this game is banned in Saudi Arabia. Wow.
What is it?
For what reason? There was a gay guy on screen for like 20 seconds.
Olivier has been made emperor.
What?
What is the meaning of this? My father's orders. What were they? Quickly!
Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
Ah!
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
Already.
Ooh, yeah, there it is.
What is it now?
Dion?
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you.
At ease.
We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
Why are we playing as Dion? You see, my mother is horrible. So, yeah, you notice anything missing down here? Yeah. Nope, me neither. Only two left. One moment, please. I would not live in this setting. Yes, Odin and Bahamut, and definitely not Leviathan. Weak.
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Yeah, not to get my YouTube quota in for the day, but honestly, if I walked into this setting and knew what kind of setting it was, and knew there was no escape,
welcome home.
Yeah, I'd take a knife to my own throat. The first Titan fight was simple but fun spectacle. Nothing super fancy, but still fun. Titan Lost was actually more enjoyable than I thought it would be. There was enough variety, not only to his attacks, but to what he was doing, that I was with that. And of course, you know, I don't even feel the need to comment on the spectacle. Titan 3 was the only Titan fight that I actually didn't enjoy when we were plummeting through his body. A thought I had, and I'd love to hear if anybody else feels this, is it just started taking a little bit too long. You know what I mean? Like, I was with it, but then the fall was just kind of... It was like, all right, you've already peaked, and now it's just starting to drag a little. The fall should have been much quicker than it was if it was going to be there. In fact, if the fight had ended immediately after the Titan lost thing, I would have no complaints about it.
What became of Kupka?
Still, that was fun.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
Clive, you're back. I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more.
And the crystal.
I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen.
Yep.
I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
I was there anyways.
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto.
Logically, the next one to go after would be Bahamut. But why would we ever fight Dion?
Any word on the royalist movements since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
That's true, Rax.
I will.
Yeah, no, Barnabas is the only logical person to actually fight next. But, like, narratively, Barnabas should probably be the fake final boss, right? The big fight before Ultima.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map?
There's this thing called space.
The kingdom of Waloed claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Waloed shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, Who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the royalist betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead.
The side quests call to you.
Are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
I mean, name an FF that has better mythology than 14.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying.
Oh, shush.
He is. The big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A law of Vos, if you will.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Actually, yeah. I joke about Lavos, but no. What Ultima reminds me most of is either the Ocuria or the Terrans. Kind of like a combo of the two.
Well,
Someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders, then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though.
You know, I heard some bald loser put together a theater of FF9 if you want to just experience it without playing it.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words.
5 years.
This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live up to the name. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
Actually, before we do, let's double check something real quick.
And what can I do for you? Going purse weighing you down? You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Back, are ya? What do you want?
Grindstone.
Should last you a good while. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Should last you a good while. And?
Well, it depends on how well they do it, Triaxia. Also, I already have a weird feeling we won't kill Annabella.
Is it business or pleasure? Going purse weighing you down? Finished, are you?
Interesting. So there's our Titan weapon. Looks, interesting.
I'm telling you, it's true.
I would put money on Dion being the one to kill her personally. Joshua has too much of that total innocence vibe going, where he couldn't bring himself to stab her. Dion is a soldier.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
So, the Professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tong down at that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well.
Not living trash.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
Oh, no surprises.
Yeah, the parallels between Dion and Cecil are, well, self-apparent, honestly.
When it comes to boyish charm, Goops has an indomitable rival in Gav. One is the sweet little babe in arms to be cooed over, The other, the naughty little boy who'd pull on my pigtails.
Now that is a fascinating question, Torgal. Decay, after all, at least here in real life, requires external influences, right?
I think Mid might need some
Oxygen and bacteria and maggots.
Editors started.
It is actually possible that there is so little life in the Blight that things there just slowly desiccate. Mummified, right? Preserved.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides, that stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
The 2 quests we need to do are Where There's a Will and Priceless. I just double-checked. I was actually curious when they would open up, so I asked a friend of mine to Google it for me, see what he could find. He was able to serve as a filter for spoilers, see. And yeah, they're very, very endgame. They're pretty much right before the end, at the freedom point. But what I find most amusing is that apparently a lot of other people are irritated by the fact that the DLCs aren't even accessible until essentially the end of the game.
Blackthorn.
Shrug.
Can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. I'd spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's Teats. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy, though. And I'll need help. Get Gabonotto in here, will you?
All right.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, If that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand collecting the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with.
Okay.
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
Well, should we take Otto or our one true love? Is there any reason not to take our one true love? What do y'all think? Or is anybody even listening to me right now? Yeah, who's Otto?
Gav, you're with me.
All right, then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dalimil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of this stuff from Blackthorn's supplier. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting him fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Okay. Uh-oh. I see side quests. Terrifying, terrifying side quests. You know what that means. Means it's time for lunch.